Hey, what's going on, guys? What's up, Space Doggo? Ringo, how you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Words. OBS is looking fly today. Holy cow. Let me see if we can fix that. Nope. Does this fix it? Nope. Cool. All right. Well, I guess I have no chat in OBS today. I'll be looking at it on the other screen. It is from Payday, yes. It's Break the Rules from Payday. It's the... normally in game, it doesn't have the lyrics. There's like a low percentage chance you can get them. So, whenever you do get them, this is pretty baller. It's one of my favorite songs from that game for sure. It's definitely one of those ones that like hypes you up. I'm gonna keep poking away at, not for broadcast. We did the first chapter and the mini chapter that comes after it. So I'm gonna hop into that while I'm talking. Rocky Core, yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, hello. There we go. Everything's up and running. You had an itch today to watch an old videos from Gaming Journal, huh? We got some snow here. I only looked out the window. I haven't actually gone outside yet, but I'm also a little congested today, if you can't tell. So I'm avoiding going out to shovel. I'll do it tomorrow when it's all ice instead of today when it's all nice and soft. I tweeted about it, but I blew my nose before, and I forced some air out of my eye, and it felt really weird. Apparently it's like a thing. They're connected, but
Good evening. I'm Megan Moore.
it still feels weird, you know?
Our main headlines tonight.
What's going on, Palm? How you doing? I'm already out of iced tea. I just started. I'm living on iced tea and chapstick today. I went to the dentist the other day and got an onlay, a filling. What's going on, Snoodle? And I stretched my lip, and my lips were so dry that it tore a little bit, you know. So it's been a little annoying, but day 154, a rude awakening. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family, by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the sleep from your eyes and bring everyone into focus. Back from the vet, you had a ferret that was sick last time, right? Are they doing better? Hopefully. You feel a hand on yours, gentle but reassuring. Sam, there with you as always. Yeah, I usually do okay. It's just only because I had to like get in my mouth to do. It was like literally almost the back molar, so they had to really get in there. Their expression, understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. We knew you'd be okay. Never doubted it for a second. And if I ever see that Bozeman... You squeeze their hand back and attempt a wink. The worry lines on Sam's forehead fade a little bit. Lord knows you've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. With a final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. Just as you feel Susie's absence, you notice Charlie fidgeting, clearly trying not to look worried. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. So you're definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking away. Of course I am, buddy. Nothing to worry about. Ah, ear infection. All right. Well, hopefully that's gone soon for them. Broadcast these nuts. Gotcha. All right. All right. Ear infections aren't hopefully a big deal, you know, just a little uncomfortable. Charlie looks at you and grins. One of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him on your corner. Your smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all your best efforts, she's not been doing well lately. Are you okay, Mum? Mum? Your mother starts, your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you, for what feels like the 100th time, how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. Excellent. There's no signs of any real damage, just a bit of shock to the old system. Pardon the pun, she smiles. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days' rest at home, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, and the private room in care, the doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by Mr. Bozeman. He left these flowers and said not to worry and take the rest of the week off. He'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems like the least he could do. You thought this was a TV show simulator? It is. It's just between shows you have some narrative. Pardon me as I cut the one fingernail I missed last when I last cut them. Been bothering me. Day 180. A burden to bear? You come home from a particularly late shift and find the kitchen light still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening up the kitchen door, you find Sam at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks to be the second pack of biscuits. You give them a quick kiss as you take your seat next to them. Excuse me. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again. They look to the door of the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Suddenly, the bills are all you can see. I've been staring at the numbers all night. Tears in their eyes, Sam takes your hand. There's just no way we can afford it. I'm so sorry. The kitchen table swims before you. Sam stands up and pulls you into a firm embrace, but all you can think of is your mother, and how you can't afford to help her. What would your dad be thinking now? Is this the utopia Advance promised? You stare at the door to your mother's makeshift room. Tomorrow you'll need to tell the kids, and then book an appointment at the transition center. What else could you have done? We're gonna euthanize Grandma? Aw, we can't do that. $201. A letter home. Sam's out with work tonight, and Claire's staying at a friend's house. Oh, a friend's. The house is yours. You order a takeaway, have a couple of drinks, and decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. You feel like a laugh. Comedy it is. Sam's not here, but you can still watch horror without them. You just want to switch off. Action thrillers the one. Sam isn't a fan of historical dramas. No, let's laugh at the comedy. The humor's a bit hit and miss, but the joke about the kiln has you bent double in laughter. Yeah, there's a lot of snow outside. Excuse me. I looked out the window and my window's half covered in snow. But it's also a basement window, so take of that what you will. I'll probably end up shoveling tomorrow, I think. Especially because I feel a little congested today. I don't know. Maybe going outside in the cold air would be better. I don't know. Wiping a tear from your eye, you spy something reflecting the light off the TV under the coffee table. Curious, you reach down and bring it out into the light. As you pick it up, you remember the note Sam left you. Hey, sweetheart. Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it tonight? As you hold it closer, you're surprised to find the gift's actually an engraved letter for Chippy. She claims the nickname's affectionate, but Charlie still scowls every time she says it. You're not sure Sam would approve. The accompanying note from Susie explains, Urkistan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it. Don't do anything stupid. Susie. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up. Or about to pick up. It's nice that she thought about him. Yeah, there's some snow outside, though. In fact, I should go make sure the door is clear before I go to bed tonight, because once the snow, like, hardens, it blocks the door, and then I'm fucked. I have to, like, open up the screen on the door and reach out and grab the shovel and, like, make rude gestures. Day 232. The silence. Here's your broadcast now.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny, problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right.
Sports board.
Pack up your weapons of optical.
The sports board game.
You realise I'm beginning to sound like
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good.
My VCR's broken.
Casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny?
Get well soon. The bear's got it. Whoa, my fucking phone's melted, too.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that.
Yeah, we have to censor the bad words, and we have to choose what's going on. You'll see.
Good evening. I'm Megan.
As far as I know, there's no nudity. It's
I'll make
censored.
headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react?
So I'm choosing bad, neutral, or good.
Your reaction to the sanctions?
I think it's fucking outrageous. My mom needs insulin. Am I supposed to get her transitioned? What's the government doing about it? Eh?
So you can see he cussed, and it shows up red here, and I have to censor it.
Controversial Prime Minister Julia Salisbury attempted to assuage growing public concerns with the following official statement released earlier today.
The international sanctions declared against this country today by the World Council
I'll turn it up a little bit for you
reminds
guys.
us that now more than ever we need to come together as a team. Since coming to power,
Shit.
we have eradicated
And so you can
poverty.
see over here,
And as
this
a
is the
consequence,
signal. We have to keep the
crime
signal in the white area, or the
freely
broadcast goes
sorted
offline.
people. Our schools, hospitals and youth clubs are thriving, and our transition centres have enabled many thousands to unburden their loved ones with dignity. In any sane world, we would be held up as a model to emulate. Evidently, this is not that world. The privileged few have lobbied, and now they are striking back. But we will not cower before their tantrums. And we encourage other progressive nations of the world to continue to trade, visit, and share their cultures with ours. Do not be afraid. We have more friends than we can count. We are a team.
As far as I know, it was censored. Maybe there's an option somewhere to turn that on or off.
Is on your side. Thank you.
Or maybe, yeah, they patched it to be different. I don't know.
Stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our refreshingly different government? Robin Short found out. Robin Short found out.
Hi there. Robin Short, National Nightly News. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the current government.
I'm not really very interested in politics, really. As Mother always said, leave politics to the politicians, Malcolm.
A Flard Day's Night. Following the release of the Flardmaster 5000, production of Flards are at an all-time high, requiring the new manufacturing facility in Grizzleford to move to 24-hour-a-day production.
With people finding more and more uses for the ever-versatile Flard, the team at Remington
I don't even know what the
System
Flards are.
certainly have their hands full keeping up with demand.
So, is there anything better than a handful of Flards? We asked Patrick to find out. Patrick?
Do you have an opinion of Flards at all?
Oh my god, I love Flards. Doesn't everyone? Do you even remember when we didn't have Flards and we had to rely on words? I'd never go back.
Pipers at the gates of dawn. Commuters in the capital this morning found themselves surprised and amused.
So this is what I'm
by the
watching,
latest
by the
stunt
way.
from popular
This is
gossip
live.
about Trump.
And you can hear
Silent protests were held outside underground stations throughout the capital, bringing a pleasantly surreal quality to the morning commute.
what are they?
Unless, like me, you have a phobia of mimes.
But how do we, as a country, really feel about Disrupt? Robin?
Do you have
So
any
I'm watching
feelings
this
about
screen.
Disrupt?
This screen is live, and you can
It's all a
hear
bit noisy for me, really. It's all a bit noisy. As Mother always said, leave
that's the
rebelling to the rebels, Malcolm.
broadcast volume versus the live
Feast
volume,
or
which I'm
famine.
listening to.
Resourceful doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sforsborg and Horgensford today announced their first successful harvest in Dante's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal
Dante's
strains,
taint.
the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex rescue operation inches forward up here on dry land.
Let's hope they like stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we should all be thinking about the accelerating costs.
What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue?
Oh my God, Patrick Bannon, wash your mouth out with soap. You can't put a value on human life. You have to spend whatever it takes. to
Yeah, they
protect
kind
it.
of shape
You
what
might be
goes on in the
trapped an
world.
underwater cave
After each
system,
chapter,
you
it kind
want
of
to
shows you like the ebb and
protect
flow
I don't
of
think
which
so, actually,
groups
'cause they're
are
for legal
stronger
reasons,
and
not
which
allowed
are
within 31 yards of the
weaker.
coastline. So- allowed within 31 yards of the coastline.
I am not a number. Applications
I don't know if they have a
finally
huge
opened today
impact,
for
but
new
they kinda
Advance
shape the
Team
story a little
membership
bit.
Cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks, and, vitally, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody not. That's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your berry out.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy, Algernon! I'm so sorry.
Crikey.
And finally tonight, back of the net, popular sports personality Johnny Hamsleeves and his fiancée Tiffany Lamore were spotted out today doing a little shopping for what many are already calling the greatest wedding ever.
We can only assume that Tiffany's
You got a
latest
license for
show,
that bar?
My Teenage Secretions, has sold better than expected, as by the looks of things, the whole affair's about to become more expensive than Lil C's shoe collection.
I don't know who that is.
But what should your opinion be of this extravagant display of wealth?
Oh my God, fantastic!
Your thoughts there?
Later tonight, in a break from
Wait,
our
what?
usual responsibilities,
What did I get beeped
Jeremy
for?
will be taking popular rapper Jesus to task over his street credibility. And then we'll both be meeting the team behind the new play that's got theatre critics buzzing with anticipation.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
First tonight, let's return to our main story.
With the shine coming
So
off
now
the
I'm choosing
top of
shots
the
from
night,
here.
And our
These
honeymoon
three?
period pretty much
Or
over.
four,
The
really.
National
1, 2,
Nightly
3,
News
4.
has spared no expense in bringing you the response to today's sanctions from across the continent.
Joining us to help digest this shocking development are Prime Minister Peter Clement from his home in Lamfordshire.
Good evening, Jeremy.
And from Urkestan, Foreign Minister Ivan Vodovich.
It's a great pleasure. Miss Wolf, you like...
And from Svenland, Minister of Mojo, Björn.
Hey, everybody.
Minister Vodovich, your country pushed especially hard for these sanctions. Any regrets?
My only regret is I was not able to see the face of my old friend Peter Clements when the results of the vote were announced. As you say, he has one up in your bottoms.
In Finland, we try not to gloat, actually, because it's seen as really ugly and dangerous to some small creatures, yeah?
Oh, don't worry, Minister. Ivan and I go way back. He's a wind-up merchant who can't put for shite. He's just trying to get a rise out of me.
You're like a man who load dissidents onto train to labor camp, not because of love of country, but to make up for the size of his tiny penis.
Penis?
No more than you. I see you on election night with mouth like man thinks he's singing beautiful lullaby. But actually he's squealing like a pig in hands of Randy Big Dick Farmer, eh?
Actually, we Svenlandians, we aren't size obsessed. We value passion, yeah? Like the way we spoke up for Mr. Clemens' country at the World Council.
That's all well and good. And high and mighty, but where were you for the actual vote then?
I think they're supposed to be bad, the accents.
Actually, that's kind of racist. And if you must know, I've had like a really tiring afternoon and my tongue is really sore.
Prime Minister, with Advance's popularity on the wane...
You don't have to bring that up at every given opportunity, you know.
Peter, he's like man who think he's sniffing flowers in beautiful glade. But he's actually standing under outflow pipe from shit factory at shit flushing time on day of village festival of shit. I tell him this at 19th hole.
Minister Vodovich believes that left to their own devices, people will behave selfishly.
It's nature of all beasts.
However, in this country, we think our citizens are capable of being more than beasts.
Pathetic idealism.
Minister Björk, Svenland has
God,
long had radical
so hard keeping up with them.
traditions and culture from the rest of the world, and yet it peacefully coexists. Why do you think that is?
Well, you know, I think maybe the world sees us as something they can actually spiritually be enlightened to, yeah?
Yeah, or maybe it's the orgy houses.
Sometimes, when foreign dignitaries come to visit us, they're actually quite skeptical, actually. So we take them on a visit to the Donga district and show them what like a progressive, enlightened society looks like, yeah?
Shit of bull. Svenland is like woman who thinks she make best cake in village hot baking contest. And then when she slices it open, it's just full of piss and cum.
That's just really gross, actually.
That's not a cuss word?
Tiny country.
Can you not say that on TV?
Number of people, Peter Clemens is sex with his teeny tiny penis.
It's not all about size, actually.
You can say penis and
I'm talking about population size.
And I'm talking about Peter Clemens' teeny tiny...
Oh, fuck off, Ivan!
Oh, Prime Minister, please.
It's so easy to sit on your pile of money and gloat, isn't it, pal? You're a shite leader. A fucking god-awful golfer. And quite frankly, as my old man used to say...
A gopher?
You're a bit of a cunt.
Prime Minister, please.
It's you who is cunt.
Minister Vodovich, please.
Your people are fucking starving, pal.
We will see how well fed your people are when the sanctions start to bite. You think your man like big, scary wolf bear...
It's not TV safe? Wow.
Village, when actually... A pathetic
You learn something new every day, I guess.
Searching puddle for tiny dropped-off penis.
Why are you so obsessed about small cocks, mate?
In Svenland, we believe like the size of your penis isn't as
You can say penis, but not cock?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off, yeah.
Okay, if everybody could just calm down.
You're so smug on golf course. They are like man who fuck pig and somehow give her birth to beautiful lady girl. But now you start to see, yes? The people never happy. It's never enough.
It's certainly true that Advance's popularity
It's on the fucking wane. Yeah, let's go with this bollocks again. Shall we? Actually, you know
Bollocks
what?
is a bad word?
I'm done with this.
Prime Minister, please don't storm out.
No. I have had enough of you, Mr. Jeremy Donaldson, and yes, Snyder son.
I don't know if I've ever seen somebody say that on TV.
Because it's not that fucking easy, let me tell you.
Maybe I'm watching the wrong TV shows, I guess.
Fucking disgrace. You insinuate and edit against us and pick your headlines so people don't trust us. The sooner you roaring monsters are taken into public ownership, the happier everyone in this country will be.
Well, we've not got long until the adverts, so...
I'm sorry for the outburst, Miss Wolf. Julia thinks very highly of you, and I know you're not the one making the editorial decisions.
Do any of you have anything you wish to
I'm the
add
one making the
about
editorial
the
decisions. Oops.
My work here is done. I like man who happy he lie down with fatty, drunk, easy girl from village inn, who discover in morning he wake up next to beautiful news reporter lady.
You know, I think it would be a terrible shame, yeah, if the people of your country were to suffer because of teenage grudges and personal rivalries, yeah.
Thank you. Prime Minister?
This country, this wonderful, civilized, creative, inventive country, we're not scared of these sanctions. There's no wolves at our door, only the best of people striving to help out. So no, Ivan, we're not afraid. In fact, I doubt we'll lose a wink of sleep because we're strong and we're well resourced and we don't back down to bullies.
And on that note, we have to wrap up.
Ministers, Prime Minister, thank you for joining us.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Peter, you're so easy. So many buttons to push.
Piss off.
Well, I see you at Graham's this weekend.
No, I've got meetings. Some tossers impose sanctions on the country.
Well, shit.
I mean, wow.
So that happened. Roaring monsters.
Public ownership.
You two are like a couple who think you are king and queen of village when actually you are just puppets on the string of evil shitty-hand puppet legs.
No government censorship. Should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring.
What?
Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
Blue censorship?
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Should I just like curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Meghan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Oh.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
So he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth.
Father of
Not
truth.
sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the
The
streets,
news.
I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to,
Jesus,
the
yes.
past, I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand.
Oh.
But yeah, man,
Fuck.
the streets is all I remember. Like,
I didn't mean to censor that.
Donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale.
18 months old.
A tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man, very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice?
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh, no, I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up.
Oh,
you're
God.
gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams.
God, I can't do all three of these at once.
When you find you're one of us, yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones. Ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty. The ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same.
I don't know about this music.
All the same, all
yeah, the blue censorship on here.
are not the same, and the best of the praise of the press of the ways, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for.
Oh shit, I missed one censorship.
Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets, set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, you're squilling bed betters, and burn them on the powers of advances fucking letters. Gonna take his facts, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick.
I'm not doing the blue, by the way.
He's unfit for. Time to store a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team, and advances, little dances aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt. Then your anger erupt, then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
God, I feel like shot 1 was like nothing the whole time. It was just zoomed in on people's parts.
Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your notes.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely
Am
ridiculous.
I?
I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we
I don't
pride
know.
ourselves on remaining neutral,
I guess.
unbiased,
Kind of.
and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there. Sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy.
People
Donaldson
parts. It
for
was.
being our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just to remind fixing that old VCR.
No, this is ridiculous.
I already did.
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust
leave
me.
it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand. This is unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
A fucking sports board game.
Dad, in non-Euclidean geometry, which type of surface has constant negative Gaussian curvature?
Hyperbolic. Correct. It's a leap year. Catch the egg. Name that fish. Keep the bucket. Wait, is that? Yes, it's the Toy Story.
No, here we go. Look us in.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Rachel.
Angela Algebra. Oh, I forgot. That woman looks a lot like my ex. Holy shit. I completely forgot she was in
This
here.
is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Try.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by national
What is the ad? It's the ad for the sports board.
and national deficit, Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
Can they say bloody?
Where do you come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs are
Why is this pinned
mid-session,
green? Oh wow, I've never seen that
sweat is
before.
pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in. She says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training
Yogurt.
sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says,
He thinks my name's Toby.
spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation. How would you like to really make a difference?
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
What?
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, okay, would you just give us a sense of what the show is
Got
actually
him.
about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough.
I cut her so perfectly too, with the face she made.
Tommy Harris.
Complete accident.
Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad,
You promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
She played his dad?
Back, demon! Back to the hells!
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Oh, good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Good shot.
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred pass!
And am I right in
What the
saying
fuck is this?
was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which frankly would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Holy shit.
Goodness, and you do this every night?
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
All except for Jeremy.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ad.
The world's most attractive horse.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
I'm Sophia Remington, CEO of Remington Spitz, and I'm so excited to be able to tell you about our newest product. Everybody loves slides. After all, from holding your house up to keeping your bills down, there really seems to be no limit to their uses. But there is a problem.
This is the Flard commercial, right?
Hey, Brad, I brought
Yes.
you some new Flards. Hey, what's up? You seem sad, Brad.
You know I love working with Flards, Janet. But sometimes they can be a bit fiddly to
What
get
is
in
that?
place.
What is a
Oh,
Flard?
that sounds bad, Brad. There has to be a better way. And now there is.
What?
This bad boy is the Flard Master 5000. Don't worry, the safety catch is
It's
on.
a machine gun?
Otherwise, it could quite literally take out a rib. Just point it at the target, set the
pointed at him.
and pull the trigger, and it'll punch a Flard right through the goddamn wall. So, whether you're engineering a rescue craft, a bit of home improvement, or just helping your kids out with their homework, if you can't get by without Flards, you need the Flard Master 5000. Thank goodness it's available in all reputable stores.
I still don't know what a Flard is. Triple A pluses. I'll take that, dude. Fucking look at that. That was the music. All offensive words were censored. I thought I missed one. An interference-free show. An exceedingly poor edit. Advance angered by content. Exceedingly poor effort. I pinned it at A+ for the whole segment. You have received a generous bonus. Current wealth, crippling debt. Oh, broke ass poor. All right. So you can see, this is the change in the world. I forget what these all stand for. But this is what I'm saying, how like certain groups gain and lose influence. Also, sorry the music's loud. So Advance is the government. This is the anarchist group. And this is the news channel. I think that's how much they like me. I'm gonna grab some iced tea. I'll leave you with a commercial.
Here at Advance, we know you're worried about the future. This territory is changing fast, and that makes other countries uncomfortable. But that won't stop us. And we intend to make sure that in these challenging times, every citizen gets their fair share of the abundant, nutritious food we grow right here in the territory. Your entitlements book will be coming to you by post in the next few days, and it will let you claim enough food for the week, every week, at one of our many new distribution centers. Everyone will get their fair share, and no one will be left behind. So you can carry on coming together to enjoy life and make wonderful memories. Because we've shown our international friends what's possible when we all pool our resources and come together with a sense of team spirit.
This is not for
Don't
broadcast.
worry about what the rest of the world thinks. Save your concern for those around
I'll explain
you,
more after the
your
commercial.
family, friends, and neighbors, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe from all the rest. Advance. Let's keep on setting a shining example together.
Okay. Basically, what happens is we're broadcasting. Excuse me, and so we're choosing what's going on. And so if I do this,
Before we go over to the National Nightly News,
so this is my
it's just time to catch up on our programming.
Come on.
later tonight at 6:30 p.m. It's What's My Old Tap Worth? And
My
tonight,
old tap.
Franklin and the team are in Grant's
basically we're choosing what gets broadcasted.
At
And
7
so
p.m., it's today.
we have probably better to show the other view. Yeah, that's probably better to show the other view. Hang on. So. No, I won't. Play this. Come on, play this. Load this. How do I fucking choose to load it? What? Hang on a second. There we go. They did shoot all this FMV. This holds the world record now. Guinness Book of World Records certified, they said. Basically what happens is we have a control surface and we get these videos, right? Skip ahead. Right.
Miss Wolf, you like...
So we get all these videos, right? And we choose what to cut. And so we're trying to cut to whoever's talking. We also have to censor words that are bad. They also introduce censoring words that the government thinks is bad, which aren't actually curses. We have to make sure that the broadcast stays in the certain range of you'll see. It ends up being a little complicated and fun, but basically our choices kind of influence what happens, you know. You have the choice to kind of censor stuff for the government that they tell you to censor or not censor it. You can choose the shots to make people look good or make people look bad. I'm playing a job. That's true, but if you think about it, most games are playing a job. Farming Simulator, Minecrafter, Action Hero. Day 242. A ladder worth climbing. It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer. with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. There is music here. You head into the pantry, taking a moment to remember when it used to be your mother's room, before coming out with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. It's rare you and Sam actually get to finish sweet things in the house, and you savor every mouthful. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news. You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Ready, Charlie asks, as both of you nod enthusiastically. With a flourish, he reveals his new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you both to examine, as he announces, "As of today, I'm a member of the first tier of Cohesion Cadets. That's way more stuff. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool." Sam congratulates Charlie, but as you can't help but frown. It seems to be a big step up for teenagers. You and Sam grin back at your son. You're thrilled that he's happy doing so well. Rip, he's turning into like not what we want. 278. A sign of things to come. Oh, we're in our car this time. Shopping, something that's always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. As you managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully whatever's causing it won't be long. As the final car in front of you drives off, you realize the queue was actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. You roll it down. "Good evening, nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please." "Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary?" "I'm sorry, I don't have one." "Ah, that's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up." The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. "I thought these cards weren't required." "Well, strictly speaking, they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them, and no reason not to get one." His smile fades a bit. When he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over, his presence now seeming a little intimidating. "No thanks, it's not something I want right now." Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone, and his expression is one of stern disapproval. "Well, obviously I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we?" He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you'll see him writing something down in your rearview mirror as you head home, somewhat more hurriedly than before. Clearly, Advance are very keen on everyone joining the team. Yeah. Advance is the government, and they issued these ID cards that you can voluntarily get, and now they're trying to bully people, it looks like. 290. An invitation worth ignoring? It's a Saturday. One of your few days off. There's no news on Saturday? And you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on you, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event, Bozeman was very quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. You've already skipped the work weekend once. You can't do it again. Best go. You can live with another note from Bozeman if you can keep your Saturday night. Aw. So, earlier in the game, we had to make the choice of keeping our passport or giving it to my wife's sibling, I guess. They never really clarified if it's a male or female. So we don't actually have a passport, and that actually screwed us over at one point because they were giving out money based on your economic status, but you had to have a passport. And we didn't have a passport because we gave it to our wife's sibling to escape the country because they had a lot of money and wanted to escape so they weren't taxed for it. So yes, it's not another passport, but it's another like ID card, you know. I better do it again. Best go. Best start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job. Gear commits tax fraud, yeah. 290, a national news night. You arrive on time, barely, at the Slovenian, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is. Possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down, with a sigh of relief are let into the hotel. So it's papers, please? Kinda. There's some similarities. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, following the signs. And following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place, and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. Yes, we can influence things to some degree. She currently checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow a manual here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. You pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bozeman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before but don't know all that well. One of them informs you, far too excitedly, that it's a very corporate evening. It's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say people are worried about paralleling things in real life, maybe? I don't know. At least the food should be good. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the, no doubt, very expensive wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. Well, this was unexpected. As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala, before specifically thanking Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Bozeman, Meghan, and some other very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. You make a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving you his job. Cucumber, yes. Most of the room breaks out into polite laughter, but you see that neither of the Prime Ministers cracks so much as a smile, and nor does Bozeman. He's too busy, frantically flipping between examining Peter and Julia for a reaction, and glaring daggers at you. Eventually, they join in light applause as Adrian ushers you back to your seat. That may not have been the smartest move. It's okay. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn, you see Bozeman walking briskly past with Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement in tow. You're pretty sure he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Minister to a selection of people at different tables. Better them than you. Yeah, maybe. You finish off the rest of the meal, listen to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one. Providing Bozeman invites you to that one, of course. No joke zone, yeah. I didn't praise the government, so I didn't get a pat on the back. What was that, 296? Mm-hmm. 296, the heat wave. Oh yeah, I remember this.
Now then, Alex, I've noticed the bells are heating up excessively due to the current
Come to the Blummins.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
Oh, I got a new VCR.
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So we've got any actual real news.
What's going on, Sonic?
The world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Oh, I can see the temperature here.
Good
Oh,
evening.
perfect.
I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their...
How am I supposed to know which is which?
In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
The regrettable decision taken by the World Council this morning have left the citizens of this country isolated and fearful.
Where did my fucking phone go?
But Advance have prepared
Electrified controls. Protective equipment must be worn. Operate your own risk. Unauthorized personnel. Report violations immediately.
Unfathomable, and we will defend our citizens with every last breath from this latest brutal and calculated act of war. We are with you, one team, indivisible and strong. Thank you.
Three's a crowd. It seems the celebrity wedding of the decade might have been a touch busier than expected. In a photo leaked today, it appears the union of football star Johnny Hamsleeves and his bride, Tiffany Lamore, may have had a few uninvited guests. Hundreds lined the street to celebrate with the happy couple. Eyewitnesses say a cheer went up as the blushing bride passed by in her carriage, shaped like a bacon sandwich, which is said to be either a protest against the meat
What the
industry
fuck?
or a mix-up at the carriage factory. In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders.
Oh, yeah.
Lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random.
I think when we got shocked, it killed the VCR and the phone.
Prizes worth more than money used to be.
That makes sense. Yes, I know the VCRs are off. I turned them off on
And if
purpose.
this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Kiss me, Flardy. The nation's favourite all-rounder, the humble Flard, has risen to new heights today after a surprise announcement. The news that Flard fans all over the territory have been waiting for is finally...
Die, Flard.
In a statement met with universal delight, Remington's Fist unveiled the next chapter for that faithful family favourite, the Flard. Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canterbury Boatshoe, rumoured to be mortal enemies, are to reunite to celebrate their one mutual love in Die Flard, the movie. Self-confessed Flardy, Sophia Remington, said, "It's only right that the real hero of our age takes centre stage in this no-holds-flard action thriller." Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to successfully save the troubled scientific excursion, but an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course.
Disrupt is the group
All
against
this,
Advance.
And I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders
Why at the
in
bottom
this
right
year's
screen?
Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
It's always during this section. Stop. What's going on? There's too much shit going on at once.
First tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country.
Too many things at
This
once.
great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Princeton. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
What the fuck?
We take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer.
Why is this all burnt up?
Very soon we'll be getting a high-tech...
The whole thing's all fucking going to shit. Wow.
Very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Rivington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go. And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go out looking like that. There you go. Much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this?
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, let's over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a
Scritchford.
janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet.
Amelia Jackhammer.
At random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved
Floater?
in a similarly brutal conflict.
What do you mean by floater?
Arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato.
Oh
So
my god.
Gary,
Thank God turd isn't a bad word.
Gonna let me keep the contents of his downpipe.
there's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
What's the matter, Space Doggo?
It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Delicious
Today on the show,
turds.
there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
These are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today.
Perfect.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest
Black.
town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow.
Is it the same guy? I'm not sure.
Smug fucks.
I never thought about that.
Now, eh?
It could be.
Well, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built Flard factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does the stink not
This is
affect
exactly
your
what my
life in
TV
every
looks
way,
like.
Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the fume valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
That's not a weird problem, never sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous, why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon, feel the Bannon.
I don't know, Space Doggo.
And the ennui.
Ennui?
All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
No, Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Turn back on.
Stand back. No.
Come back. I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest. Advance may request some censorship if he goes
Oh my God. It's going crazy.
And I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
Don't forget about that pesky power button on the fan.
Oh my god, like 60 things happened at once. Segment grade D. Ugh.
What a time to be alive. Surely games can't get any better than this. And that sound.
It's like a digital symphony, Brad. Are they playing more than one note at the same time?
Up to 4, Janet.
Polyphonics? What?
That's enough for a chord.
But, Sophia, surely a home computer entertainment system needs games. Damn straight. And with the RS
They can say damn straight in the commercials?
3 of them.
That's
You
what I'm
could be
talking about.
solving puzzles
At
and
football, we should be doing an interchange
jumping
of war
about
mixer,
and
or a
twitching
report from Grantham Downs.
Even
Even the
taking
weather's
on
more
your
fucking
friends
relevant
in our
than this.
incredible two-player game fighting. Yes, you heard me.
Exactly,
Two players.
which is what people's minds should be very much on things.
The
Christ,
RS
it's
Rainbow
so
has a
fucking
luxurious
hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5 fucking 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin.
Oh, it's Will Arnett.
But first, I'm joined by
It's
three
not really.
guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that right?
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come now, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with
Yeah, they need the fan over there.
We're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on!
This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you!
Unhand him at once! Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lost
I like how we're still censoring the curses.
Cat football? We are on the brinks of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Good. Right then. Yes. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of your machines. And when I say so, and not before, you play it.
Guess we're gonna go no Bovins today.
Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or banal. We're going to show the other side for a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. Now, I don't want to hurt any of you. But if I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
You're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Yes, literally 1984. Whoever's emote that is needs to make a second one with it offset by half, so you can put the two together and have it scroll and read them both.
And you know the team membership card is an ID card.
I don't know when that got there.
They tried to tell you. But why should you
I wanted to play the Blovins.
This organization, a shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this is not a movie.
That's what's his name?
My name is
Alan James.
I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment.
Yes, I got all the swears, I'm pretty
now
sure.
we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents, and smiling throughout, they will turn our children against us.
I noticed that my fuses aren't overheating.
But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us.
What now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long, Jenny?
You're already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for what I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that for you, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. It's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems.
I mean,
the team.
not really.
But it still has some.
I mean, I could, but I'm gonna lose ratings.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
You know.
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. Who'd want to do this?
No, we got to keep our ratings high.
Why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this programme? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There's a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No, I didn't know. The people I met were with. He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for. God, I love you, Jeremy, but.
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, Paul. What a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave?
Wow, look, they really want me to censor, don't they?
Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your
Eat.
fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. We're nearly done. All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage Dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless.
Oops. I missed one.
I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried it.
I hear they're nice too.
I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show this. Cut to the ads.
I don't want to show it, but
Do it now!
If you can. Somehow. And I envy you if you can.
not gonna let him do it. We'll go early to the ads. Why? When he's threatening somebody else, we didn't cut the news. I mean, he told us not to, but the ads. But when he's threatening himself, then we cut. Oh yeah, Crazy Neil. A plus, yeah.
I'm gonna drop them even further. We got rubber rings for pets. We got rubber rings for you. We got rubber rings for them. We got rubber rings for her. Are you the managing director? No. We got everything from pina coladas, lifeboat starters, ladies on lilos. We got men in silos. If your favorite hobby is ice sculpting, whilst the outside is boiling, we can let you sculpt dragons. We can let you sculpt flagons. We can let you sculpt icebergs. Whatever the temperature is doing, we got a fan. You don't care? You're fired. Hey. So come on down to the Crazy Neil Long Hot Summer Deal Steal.
Long Hot Summer Deal Steal. That's pretty good. D, A+, total A. Oof, what was that? What did I miss? The Donaldson situation has been resolved. All offensive words were censored. An interference-free show. Adequately edited. Oh, wow. Advanced angered by content. Valves excellently handled. Valves? Values? Oh, right. My power cut out. Right. Also, I feel like this is forced maximum, but I'll take it. You received your full wages. All right. Worrying debt. So that, I think, is where Chapter 2 ended, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, they're calling... I see. They're calling the fuses valves. Yeah, that's kind of an older term, if I remember correctly. Right? 297. A tape to remember. It looks like they call hydraulic fuses valves as well. I don't know if there's electrical fuses they call valves. I think that's a really older term, if I'm not mistaken. Day 297. A tape to remember. You wake up, still partly in shock from what you saw on the news last night. What you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. You take a seat on the sofa next to Sam. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about you last night. After Jeremy, everything that happened, Sam shakes their head. I wonder what they'll do with him now. Are you okay? I can't shake the feeling he might be right. Sam glances at Charlie, then back to you. We saw that you chose to play that tape. They pause before continuing. And I can't help but wonder why. Seemed like the right thing to do. What? That's not good enough. Disrupt are bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere, and no one in the room is prepared for it. Don't you ever think about how this stuff affects people? You're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to interject, Charlie, but he's already slammed the door. Charlie was always a bit black and white about that sort of thing. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation, and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws their arms around you. Not only were you stuck in that studio having to make that choice. Oh, only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. You've never been so grateful to have Sam support you. Yeah, you kind of didn't really have a choice. I mean, you did, but you didn't. You take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure you fully processed what happened that night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You sigh and absent-mindedly turned on the TV. It's nice, you've at least got some company. The TV is playing through some old Western show, but it's not quite enough to distract you. Oh, it's not quite as distracting as you'd hope. You're never going to please everyone. Yeah. You'd think I'd be arrested too or something, right? Holy shit. That's like 6 months, 3 months. A holiday update. Just as you're finishing up breakfast, Sam comes in with the post and really loud music. Ah, we've got a postcard from Susie. I hope she's having fun on her trip. Sam reads it aloud as he finished getting ready for work. So I've seen what feels like most of Urkistan. Really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift. Before you say anything, yes, you are right to make me pack extra socks. Sam gives you a small kick under the table. Next, we got the train to Konislava, much warmer, and loads of beaches to enjoy. I could have stayed there forever, but had to head to San Palmarino, before it got too cold. And I'm so glad we did. We've probably got 1 or 2 more stops before heading home. I'll be back in time for Christmas, I promise. Hope everyone's doing well. Love, Susie, XXX. Looks like it's been a hell of a trip. Worth every penny. Every penny. I think this is part 3, which just came out like last week. I think. I don't remember where the line, between 2 and 3 was, but I was pretty sure it was right after that scene. But maybe not, because this is still the same background, so. Oh, the telethon was yeah. So maybe not.
While they try and fashion a nutritious meal out of a can of condensed milk.
Crazy Neil. The annual magnificent pre-Christmas extravaganza. SS Fun Ship. Oh, hell yeah.
What does that mean?
A few wartime. No.
Politicians into humans?
No.
Don't get drawn into talking about the war.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
I didn't hear this from me.
Patrick Bannon. No Patrick Bannon.
There's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
It did say it must be played, and I'm not going to.
How are you?
Brave young ladies' battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it
11:25, it's incisors.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be getting his
listening to you
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Bamblebury.
But yes, we got a new control panel here, a new mixer that has 4 dedicated buttons for sound effects.
It's time to join Megan and the team for the National Night.
Good evening. This is the National.
Oh, I love this
News.
song
I'm
actually.
Megan Wolf.
It's just
It's the
beeps.
140th
But for some reason I really like
Our
it.
main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade.
Beep.
Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert.
Yeah.
Unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our
I like how I get to
forces,
choose
those numbers
the
will
images.
tragically only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food program moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity.
Yeah, I guess so.
However, with a reported rise in mental
That's
and
what it feels
physical
like,
health
so.
issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent
They're all just
decision to
game
allow those
names.
with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success.
It's too many to be a
To those in their
coincidence.
final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for
Populace
a
a game?
membership card. A worrying statistic.
I think it
given
is,
that
right?
The cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up.
I think they are tech, yeah.
Spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination.
I thought he was on a swag master.
The Mankipool Community Cohesion Team
But he's not.
described the event as mostly peaceful, but it looks like Disrupt aren't going quietly into the night. And finally tonight, our mutual friend. Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former National Nightly News anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Penton Ridge Prison, while the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months away, begin. Following his very public breakdown on this programme 10 weeks ago, the once loved presenter was disarmed and taken into custody by the Community Cohesion Team. Let's hope doctors can help the once great man. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing month,
Monkey ball,
and
yeah.
people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Got a new intro here, huh? Guess it has been 10 weeks. Oh shit. I cut way too early.
In part 2, I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first,
I cut way too early. I didn't think about
let's check in
that.
with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old man
It's
used
just
to
drinking.
say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister. Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this? Can you tell us what brought about?
Well, you know, Mrs.
What am I doing here?
C and I were watching, you know, the night the blockade.
Oh, I could
When
choose.
Jeremy Donaldson.
I did something
Well,
I
you
would
know,
never have done in my old
and
life.
it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember.
I listened to
And
Jean.
I were a bit wheezy
Told me that although she
from
has
all the
financial
cigars and
security
all
for
that.
her and her
And
family
Mrs.
for the
C
first time
turns
in
to
her
me
life.
after,
She finds
after
also
the
for
signal
first
dropped
time
away,
that she can no longer sleep
and she was in floods of tears. And she said,
It's kind of interesting.
Some of that disrupt propaganda helped. Try not to do that, Alex. We're watching you.
So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars.
Spends
Except
her
for Christmas.
lunchtimes in the school cafeteria eating
My
wine,
birthday.
because she is the only girl
Weddings.
in her class who isn't a
State
go-getter.
dinners. That's what I say. I got this useless running backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. You'd think that they would, like, kill me or remove me from my job or something, right?
These are certainly not the best of times. On that we can all agree. And there's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those farmers are bastard long.
All in it together.
What? All in it together! Oh, yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
Jeremy Donaldson is to be put on trial.
They changed my mixer for me.
For a moment. One of the nation's most respected and beloved truth seekers is to be put on trial. And for what? Waving a gun around he clearly had no intention of ever using. That Jeremy Donaldson had a very public breakdown is undeniable, but rather than law enforcement, wouldn't medical experts be the one to call? Of course, that was never going to happen. Jeremy Donaldson had a very public breakdown because he simply couldn't take what Advance were doing anymore. He knew that the national nightly news was being transformed from a bastion of truth into a frivolous chat show. And like a mother watching her child fall under a predator's spell, he couldn't stand by and allow that to happen. He chose to stand up to Advance, and their response will be to destroy him. He will be discredited, shamed, tried and convicted. They will break him as an example to us all. Today,
I think the first time
named him an officer
I
sent here.
didn't immediately go for it. I went for the white one first, and then I switched
We are with
over.
You, Jeremy. You do not stand alone.
I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader Julia Salisbury is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be
sorry, you
the
imagine?
usual. No, what I mean is.
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Pubes is a curse?
Gods, what else? A little piece of my life rustling through. Get out, refill my last. Come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. And do you think the C stands for?
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this.
1 minute back, everybody. And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think you knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? No.
We're allowed to say pubes in chat. Or do we need to use points? No. P7. Situationally, if there's a reason to say pubes in chat, you don't need to spend points on it.
What, I'm civilized?
I don't think we need to just say it randomly for no reason, though. You get the difference?
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Exists. And you'd be right. We've had our biggest and best brains working on this for months, and we've got you covered with the Remington Swiss Siege Survival Box. Inside every blockade-busting box, you'll find the things you really missed. A red wine where you can hardly taste the chemicals. Some rare meat
Yes.
grew in our
You
production
can only say
lab grown.
pubes when it's related to the conversation.
Luxuries is endless. At least 7. And we've even added a random twist.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? She any good?
Nah, of course not. She dog shit. My kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
It didn't censor shit.
Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
6 or 7 kids.
4, 3.
I'm getting busy.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records
I
at
see.
the age of just 12.
That is when your
Let's give it
timer.
up and welcome Lil C.
Wow, that's loud.
May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
That's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together.
Yeah, right?
It hit shelves.
I forgot about your previous
What's that like for you?
insubordination.
In the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really. It was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
Billy Bob Jean
Nothing
Shorts.
strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion
Billy
in your
Bob Jean
popularity,
Shorts.
I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So, what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
Oh no, are we doing her or?
After the last one?
Oh yeah, I
Join the Go-Getters. He's occupied now. Busy, even.
I want to know what happens on the other side though.
Tidier.
Damn it.
But he keeps notebooks he won't let her read.
But I made a choice to do this.
And sometimes she catches him staring at her. And last week, she found him searching through her papers. When confronted, he always had a plausible answer, a good answer. But somehow it's too good.
Achievement unlocked, not in my
Prepared in
clothes.
advance.
I don't know what that achievement's for.
Possibly by them. We want to know what the news will no longer tell us. And when we find out, we will tell you. We will hack into your news broadcasts. We will defend your right to information. We will resist, and we will disrupt.
Slapped me around the arse. I think things could have been different, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud, and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry.
She's never sang the song before?
Is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here is Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
It's the Force's favorite, the queen of teams, here to break in your blockades. Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing, only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me, no dirty foreign member. Don't stop your morning drill, there's holes in me that ain't been filled.
Is that Mac?
I only scream this loud when you do your country proud.
Her name is Little C. You just got it, yeah.
Skirmish on my border, quick before I get much older. Tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy? I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave you save her.
Oh my God.
There's no one judging.
Bad time to cut to that camera, huh?
That's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes.
Oh my God. Okay.
I wanna see some action. So
That worried me for a second. Holy shit. I got like legit nervous. Oh shit.
Well, if
I
you've
actually
got stuff in the world outside-
almost panicked. Holy shit.
I'd like to thank Phil B for
Holy cow.
Well, for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally.
Yeah, I cut to the camera that they're moving over for her.
We just know you're gonna love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Holy shit. I actually, like, I legit was like,
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no, I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us
What?
for our image together.
You manage your
I
dad?
want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
This next section will need you to use all 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment.
I failed at this so hard last time.
Trusting you to make the right choices.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than
So I have to choose the correct button. You have applause, laughter, shock, and booing.
Due to the ongoing military blockade, some destinations may differ from those featured in this advertisement, as the cruise now mainly takes place around Sundowner.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and
The
now
ship name.
the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
Oh my god.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your paraplegic wife?
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now.
Oh.
We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Wow. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
You had it last time. Don't stop now.
I hit that.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it.
Yeah, I see. I can't tell the different colors apart.
We can unlock their future.
Yes, yes.
Like, I see 3 colors and then 1 color.
Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right.
I hit that. It didn't let me do it.
Here it is.
Oh, it's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
I see. Like it like wouldn't let me hit the button. I was clicking on it.
No, it's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
Oh, I missed one.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating
There's
on
only green and red, right? There's no yellow on the letters.
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No joy.
There's an orange. Yeah, I can't fucking tell. I see green and red. That's about it.
Night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray.
The game, like froze for a second.
Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
It won't let me look out the window. Oh, there we go. What was that? Oh, shit.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we are picking up reports
right?
across the continent of what appear to be what appear to be nuclear.
We are getting nuked
in 4 major foreign
fuck.
cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into. They put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate
We are hearing stories of power fluctuations and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent. Stand by. We've lost contact with our benefactors in Urkistan and Konoslava. While our equipment seems to be resetting, Can we get this confirmed? Can we get this verified? I need this verified. I don't know if you can.
They've broadcasted nothing.
If you are receiving this, but if you are, then you have to know. You have to know what's being done right now to our neighbours. This is unprecedented. Our government has committed multiple acts of mass destruction in our name.
Oh yeah. This is a interesting
In order
twist.
to hear how you voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did. This can't be. We are waiting further news and What if they respond?
We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight.
Terms. Oh.
Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother.
Jeremy
Name's
Donald. No.
David. And right now I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent. In Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or...
Oh yeah, I forgot my daughter.
Which is where David was when I last
Yeah.
met him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet, but together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
I think this is the end of chapter 2.
I've got people ringing around, but the telephone networks are overloaded. Okay. We'll find him.
Do we know exactly which cities were hit, or...
Megan. We will find him.
I like the juxtaposition of her freaking out about her brother and crazy Neil yelling about.
We've got furniture without tinsel. We got Christmas furniture. We got pre-Christmas Christmas furniture. It's a cracker of a deal, a crazy deals. Yay! We got crazy Christmas dots. We got crazy Christmas dots in hats. We got crazy Christmas dots in hats and jumpers. If you're feeling hungry, don't feel down in the mouth. You can have a dog on a log. And remember, a dog isn't for life. It's just for Christmas. To
What?
It's a crazy
What?
deal, a crazy deals. We've got elves on trees. We've got trees on elves. If you want to know where the elf on the shelf is, we've got elves on elves. Bend over
What?
and ready for you to take home. We got naughty Christmas nativities with naughty Christmas figurines. We got crazy Christmas num bums. We've got crazy Christmas big bums. It's the sixth Mrs. Crazy Neil used to say to me, bang, bang, bang. She had to go, but I still love Christmas. Christmas without her is not the same, but I don't care, because I'm insane. Come on down to Crazy Neil's for your Christmas needs. Wife's not included.
Wife's not included. B, A plus, A. The ratings went down. Interesting. Maybe because the TV went offline for... Yeah, it went offline for fucking 12 seconds. Language unsuitable for children. What? I missed some censorship? An interview-free show. An exceedingly poor edit. Disrupts ruin the broadcast. That is the first thing, yeah, right? You want news about what's going on in the world and what happened. And you can fucking get Crazy Neil talking about his wife's ass. A small bonus, not quite breaking even. Alright, I want to grab some more iced tea. I think the telethon is next. I just want to see what we get after this. Don't think twice. You getting a raise in these conditions is kind of resource. I mean, you get paid better for doing a good job, right? A proportionate response. Interesting. All right, let me grab some iced tea and we'll do a little bit more. Okay, I'm back. Day 371. A proportionate response. The rest of your shift is a blur. Oh, passes in a blur. With the same words going around and around in your head. Operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimate puts the death toll in the millions. Did this really just happen? You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly, someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room, and you find Sam sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. The screen is off, and they're clearly lost in thought. You take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They don't look at you, but they do reach out to take your hand in theirs. Now you're closer, you can see Sam's face more clearly. You see a look you've never seen before. Chris and Susie, they're both... I know. What do we do? What the hell can we do? The bastards killed Chris and Susie and millions of others, all because of their fucking war, which we never asked for. Where there should have be tears, there's only fire. Pure raw fury. They're manic now. I hate them, Alex. I know you've never been a fan of Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need to know you understand that. That we just can't be indifferent. We need to actually do something. Nothing can justify what they did. Anyone who tries is just as bad as they are. Relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against you, clutching tightly. Clearly, this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure you've even processed it fully yet, but at least you'll get through it together. A final farewell. Day 380. A final farewell. The last week has passed in a blur, a rush of things to do, all but immediately forgotten. Your memory clouded by a dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first ones at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who came to mourn with you. Everyone's here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, the same sense of loss. It's written all over their faces, much as it would be on yours. You step away from everyone else, needing a space to gather your thoughts. Your little girl Susie, and Chris too, both just gone. Sam has said little since that evening, clearly still in shock. Not that you could blame them. You haven't been much better. Sam appears silent and squeezing your hand tightly, an act of desperation, seeking comfort, and you squeeze back. Some small piece of you can't help but wonder, are you partially to blame? These scars will not fade quickly. There hadn't even been coffins to bury. Holy shit. What are we going forward a year? Day 713, an academic exodus. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea for the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from the Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers, she pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly Disrupt targeting the people speaking out against them. I even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? Silence takes over the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that there's nothing to worry about, which means they're not our problem. And unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. What? Best get back to work. Bozeman holds up his hand to keep you and everyone else's Bozeman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone else files out of the room. Look, I know you have a habit of doing what you want, but things are different now. Advance runs the show, and they've made their feelings clear, so I'm doing the same. Channel 1's official position is that the government has things well in hand, Nothing more, nothing less. I trust I won't be hearing about this again. He gives you a curt nod before leaving. It seems that, for better or for worse, public ownership is now in full swing. Holy shit. That was like 4 months. A career in the making. You drum your fingers on the steering wheel, impatiently, as you wait for Charlie again. It's great he's enjoying the Cohesion Cadets, and is so enthusiastic. But does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. Finally, you see him exit the hall, a grin on his face. How can he trust you at all? Yeah, right? You can't help but smile back, the frustration starting to fade as you see him so genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car and gets in, his face flush with excitement. So how was... You were interrupted as he can't contain himself any longer. Guess what? What? You play along with a smile. So obviously the Cohesion Cadets is a starting point for becoming a CCO, so we get a head start when we're applying for that. Charlie gestures, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in his effort to tell you. Well, apparently, from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into a special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers, and guess who's going to be in it? He beams at you. I see. And what exactly do these Community Cohesion Managers do? Oh, well, basically, they need a new liaison team between regular people and the CCOs, and the Betterment Department. And that'll be us. People come to us with concerns, and we'll decide whether they need referrals, and if so, to which department. Cool, right? So you're going to be helping people report on their friends and neighbors? Well, yeah, I guess, but only bad people. It's about helping the community, making it safer for everyone. Charlie frowns at you. You don't like the CCOs? Or the betterment teams? I'm just worried about them having that much power and turning people against each other. You're starting to sound like the people that Advance are trying to help. Charlie looks at you, a serious expression on his face. Don't worry, I'll make sure that everyone gets the support they need. This is all a good thing for the community, and the team will be able to help everyone. He nods to himself and sits back in his seat. The mood in the car is somewhat icy for the rest of the trip home. You hope it's not a sign of where things are going. Oh. 872. A spark to light the flames. Holy shit. You're surprised to find Sam in bed next to you when you wake up. They must have got in very late last night from drinks with the folks from school. You decide to let them sleep in and enjoy a lazy Sunday morning. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast to the living room to watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what the authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on universal menu centers countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. You hold your breath, waiting to hear if anyone got hurt. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 COOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured, many seriously and rushed to the hospital. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority of them seem to have evaded capture so far. More on the story as it develops. Is this a real footage? No, I don't think so. I think it's all CGI. I think the wheat is real. The flames are superposed on top of it. Yeah, I think the building burning is CGI. The field behind it looks kind of fake. This field back here, it looks a little too fake. You go to turn off the TV. You're interrupted by Charlie walking into the room, bleary-eyed with a piece of toast. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. Everything's going to be all right, right? I hope so. We'll have to see. Okay, I thought they were going to say Charlie was one of the ones that got hurt. Day 912. Don't think twice. The Uprising. A year and a half since Liberation Night.
Alex? Are you receiving? Calling. This is Alan James.
Why, he's just in my...
Starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking you when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Episode of Just the Job, followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode of Just the Job.
So what?
Dr.
Should I know?
What, you haven't heard from him?
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
So's my nan, but she never misses a birthday.
Your grandmother's on the run, Colin.
Yeah. Armed robbery, resisting arrest.
He's got 70 kids and his grandma's on the run.
I hope he's alright, though.
No, he's got this far, and your brother was fine. Going in 10 seconds, everybody! I wonder what they're doing.
Annoying him, probably.
Not probably, definitely. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Yeah, they got the radio here, the tape here.
This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight.
She looks really different than last time.
It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks
Did they break him out?
carried out freeing political prisoners, including former newsman Jeremy Donaldson.
They broke him out!
Nothing has been heard from the
Oh, that's crazy.
since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment after his notorious court appearance. All of us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now, he's safe. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8, and
I think it's her
14
eye makeup
today,
makes it look different.
Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractor Pants, spokesman for the
Tractor Pants.
said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box,
Yeah, like a year and a half or something, I think they said.
the quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankby or the
Jordan Rankby.
of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones. Advance have been quick to respond, saying if they would rather quit their cushy jobs to become nurses or teachers,
The wrong
they'll earn
choice.
significantly more than they used to pay their own workforce. Thus far, no one has taken up the challenge. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extends.
There's something about music like this that just has a steady beat and
The
drums.
organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has
I don't know, I like it.
dominated the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. Poor choice of words given recent history. 3 stories we've been reporting on reached their revelatory conclusions today. Firstly, driver flawed bargain. Capitalising on the global success of...
I don't think I have a choice here, do I?
Transformative CEO Sophia Remington today welcomed followers to the First United Church of Flard. Sophia, who quit her role as CEO of Remington's Fist to take up the role of High Flard Mistress, said the idea came to her in a vision, saying,
fuck is this?
I was elbow deep in Blunderclatch when I felt something unexpectedly flawed. A surprising ending there for Sophia Remington after a turbulent 2.5 years running a company. Fun guy. Unexpected news today as 2 familiar scientists announced the birth of an extraordinary child. The underground struggle of doctors David Wong and
The baby's got...
Horgensward captured the hearts of people around the world.
It's got fungus.
After an arduous return voyage, which took over a year, the couple say they've never been happier. Baby Dante is said to be healthy.
They named the baby after Dante's Tate?
Man on. Footballer Johnny Hansleeves and his new wife Tiffany Lamore proudly announced today that their little team was 1-0 up at full time, which apparently means that they're having a baby. Once beset by tabloid controversy, Johnny seems to be settling well into family life, calling this latest news the ultimate golden goal, if a golden goal also peed on you. All that,
What?
plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangly Parts for the notice board.
Dangly Parts?
The hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
People of the territories, today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the same question. How can I help? Well, this is how. And as for when, you'll know. Keep watching.
But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man,
Damn
the
it.
start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is
Wait,
live from
he
Parliament Park.
died?
Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what?
Lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we'll be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get
Rip.
Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park.
Thank you, Megan.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live.
Is that Patrick Bannon?
Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly.
Of course.
For goodness sake, make sure you make him look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
Oh, Peter Clement died. Not the other dude.
Seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our
Excuse
lives
me.
changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First
Is this supposed to be him younger?
and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequity.
I like how there's not a good and a bad one. You have to just choose between the two.
But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late-night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me.
Oh, I can't fucking tell. It looks the same, the green and the orange. Too close to me.
He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character.
If you don't edit fast enough, they really dingy on this one, don't they?
His achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these United Territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years
I wonder if
ago.
that's the guy's son who played
I was
Peter.
supposed to give a speech, not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilt coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, Pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This glorious, beautiful and new, this shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex. There'll be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting.
No, you have to keep cutting. If you keep it on any shot for like 10 seconds or more, they start getting upset. When you have the four, yeah, see? Even those 2 screens, they still want you to like keep cutting.
He'll always be the man in his pants, cheering on a stranger at the back
What?
of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Shall we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8.
Oh, God. I didn't even realize that. I cut away from it.
Now, Alex, control the message.
Mom, we have to get into safety. Come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't.
Right.
You two, come with me. Don't panic. Help us here, look.
You're hurting me?
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
Not resisting! Ah! Fuck
What are you doing?
Not resisting! You saw! Not resisting!
Prime Minister, and if I give you an order, you want
the camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off. Oh, who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear anything!
Yes, medics are coming. You sit down.
I can't hear you. I'm from...
No,
Well, then you can consider this payback. Salisbury's still here.
I don't know what's going on.
Begin request authorization. Centipedes are requested. Target approaching songbird.
Justice demands. Haven't you done enough? Look around you.
Fucking
This is
time.
what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Open fire! People of territory one, rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires, break windows, draw them out! They can't stop us all! Lower your weapons!
Holy shit. They shot him.
Lower your weapons!
Will you do it? Come on! Will you turn that off, please, sir? I said, please turn that off. Please turn that off.
Is this not enough?
Why am I getting dinged when there's nothing for the ding for?
People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters, storm the building, demand elections, demand answers. Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
After this.
Oops.
Does anyone know if everyone's safe?
Thank you, Alex. From all of us, you're doing
Not doing too well, am I?
It's becoming a weekly event.
It's different
Holy
tonight.
shit.
This is the big one. Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to Dangy's fucking park. That's journalism, apparently.
We get set for the next sequence.
I hear the gunshots.
Well, things are going pretty well for us. Sales are through the roof. So we thought what better way to celebrate than to go back to where it all started. Unnecessary collections and companion magazines.
Join today and you could receive a private education, an unbearable sense of entitlement, and your own middle initials. And if you call now, you'll also get this
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operative
5 seconds. Guess we're helping them out, huh?
Megan, this is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolfe. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, The Notice Board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love The Notice Board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal
Your private assistant has a secretary?
people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So,
Turn it off because there wasn't enough cuts, yeah.
After a sensational time at the top, what do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, we really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of responsibility.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
Since I've been entrusted with something precious and that I should use that platform for good.
Is that what I was supposed to do?
I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many underprivileged.
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access?
It's always one more thing, right?
Poverty.
Oh, no, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay.
Kind of, Cap.
How many children have you adopted?
Oh,
There's-
we're well into the double
Yeah,
digits now,
pretty
and
much,
we're
I
still
guess.
counting in the late
There's a little bit of a deeper to it, but not a lot.
Lots of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
At the beginning, no. Now, kind of.
So, okay. Yeah, it's shocking to think actually that only 1 in 10,000 children.
I'm gonna get a shit rating on this one.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water. So actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the Notice Board.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura.
Fucking one went way too quick.
I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. I keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know! It's a disgrace. Somebody...
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. We might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Well, that's the third one.
It looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
You did
woman.
it, Alex. We're good to go.
Strong enough to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi!
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night.
The ferret?
When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God! Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature, but really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the
Come on, Bugsy, there is.
stench of urine.
Never fear, officer.
This is
We'll
it.
catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate.
Can't say
For
pissy?
My name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
It's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fate.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
That was it, the final ever episode of the Notice Board. And
fuck
what a
was
way
that?
to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning. So don't change that.
No.
We'll be right back.
Nothing's happening out there.
Well done,
It's just
everybody.
noises.
What a brilliant run, eh?
Ooh.
After party at my place, eh?
What bird is this, Alex? I don't remember passing it for broadcast. I think you made a mistake there.
I'm an economist and
I've got all
commentator.
kinds of sausage.
You've probably seen me on the news
you,
talking
you.
about Advance
Coming to the after party?
and how progressive their policies are. Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say I'm sorry.
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given.
Oh, they're gonna fucking orange sensors now?
Two of them right, and we're gonna win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
I always envied my friends who had so much
E! I got an E! Oh no!
So when Advance came to power,
Oh
I didn't
no.
think about the damage they would do. I acted
They
selfishly.
invented a new grade for me.
I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poor in ambition.
What? Why are you doing the happy emote for E?
We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Please, Sarah,
Policies born from
Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
absurd,
Hi,
redistributive
I'm Maddie.
fantasies.
Jenny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
I have whored myself out to the media to defend
That's
the
my shade, is it?
indefensible.
Yeah.
This is
I
my
have
shade.
betrayed my parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad,
You can run back to
I'm
Jenny now.
sorry. Our only hope,
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you
the
can say.
only hope,
At all, like at all.
They said no one's died.
now
that's all I can
lies
say.
10
with
seconds.
Disrupt.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears. Going in 5, 4.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical Everyone is Talking About. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, oh, John. We're having a baby.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me?
Is this just cheating?
I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of safety.
It doesn't work that way, dude.
Built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at the club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in Territory 3.
No more waking up at 10:30.
In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out.
I hit 2 buttons.
Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how he's wrong.
We're our top priority.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife. We got a childless life. No one wails and no one woes. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband.
A wonderful wife. We got a childless life.
We're having a baby.
We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a
baby.
No more weekends by the coast.
It just feels like cheating to keep jumping quickly, but
It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have
I got an E. I should be cheating, shouldn't I? They automatically muted the output.
Amazing. The Nova is there, treating us to their opening number from Energy.
Is it cheating if the game encourages you to do it?
The hottest ticket in the
I don't know if they were encouraging it, but they allowed it.
territories later this year. Right then, come on, you got, come on down. Let's go. Don't be shy. Hello.
Hi, Megan. Hi. It's an honour to be here.
Oh, really? Are you fans of the show? Yeah, it used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boram Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
Jill with a J?
Incredible.
Instead of a G, I guess?
Previously, I mean, what a coincidence, right? with your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples, you know, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
No. I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack, Jen Janet, Jill Jen, Janet Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department
I haven't seen
of
any
Culture,
censorship.
It caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
It's about children and why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem. Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
Wow, this isn't about me. Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one.
Because you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer.
Oh, well said, John.
Thanks, Jack.
Got your back.
So could you just tell us what is
Is it just Morse code? No.
what happens in it?
Well,
Almost.
it's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair, becoming a target for children's TV advertising.
Why is she like
She decides
a plug?
to take drastic action. I can't really say more though. I probably said too much already.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The Noble Fair. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Mrs. Salisbury steak.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. So, is the situation... Now, are we safe?
Yes.
Yes?
Security services perform their duties without hesitation. And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Hey, thank you, Sam.
Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement, who were, as always, so cohesive.
Is that blood on her blouse or his blouse? Yeah, I guess so.
I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera. There's the camera. Speak there on the camera.
The camera's there.
Stay at home tonight. Do not become another casualty of war. Disrupt have had their moment, but as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously
Did you
said,
upload your animated emotes? I have to figure out what I want to do for mine.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength.
Strong words of strength.
Megan, now in studio with Megan Wolf now.
Right?
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Night News. But before we go, tonight's National Night News.
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece. Channel 1. Time to wake up.
Uh-oh.
The military have been actioned, and well, it's pretty scary out there tonight. So stay at home and stay with Channel 1.
Oh, more smoke.
Wow,
oh shit.
Turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building the new future.
Yeah, right?
With equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of France. First jet at 11 o'clock.
Red smoke. Whoa, a jet? They shot down a jet?
To designate, permission granted. to do, friend? We are going to detonate! Look out your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen. She's coming down!
Oh, that's my broadcast tower. Holy shit. Well, I think the helicopter shot the building with the red smoke, yeah. What the hell? E? Oh, I got 2 E's? Oh, for fuck's sake. Disrupt destroyed the Channel 1 broadcast tower. Some rude words were broadcast. RIP. An interference-free show. An exceedingly poor edit. You played one advert too late, yeah. Advance angered by content. Disrupt effectively silenced. Interesting. Disrupt ruined the broadcast. You have received your full wages. Current wealth, not quite breaking even. Oh, wait. Technically not negative. Was I not supposed to censor the orange? I thought he wanted me to censor the orange. Oh shit, I might have played that completely wrong. No, I mean, I don't know. Now I'm unsure. And now I'm not sure. I did censor it, but I thought EA wanted me to. Day 913, an important review. You arrive at work a little early, despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though the swarm of COOs all over the building is anything to go by. This isn't just a Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed when you are informed you need to speak to Bozeman immediately and are escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside, waiting for your boss. A few minutes later, the boss man arrives, disheveled and with a stern-looking COO in tow. Ah yes, Winston. Good. This is Specialist Ables. She'll be observing this interview. Please, come inside and take a seat. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. It must be serious for Bozeman to be this flustered. Oh, I want to play with the reel-to-reel machine. Screw this game. So, Alex, do you know why you're here today? Bozeman's eyes are sharp and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the table. Ables is standing beside you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. No, not really. I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. What happened last night was nothing short of an accumulation of a heinous, and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on this nation and its territories. Bozeman shoots a glance behind you to your left where your COO observer is standing. And it is, of course, our duty to root out this rot, wherever we find it, to prevent anything like last night happening ever again. I've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved, and will be submitting a personal review of your performance both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. His expression remains stern. Just tell the truth, Winston, this will be over soon. Arranging some papers, Bozeman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather not waste my time. Be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. You nod. So let's start at the beginning of the broadcast and work our way through. After the attack on the memorial, you seem to have portrayed the terrorist in quite a sympathetic light. Why? I showed what was happening. The news, that's our job, right? I see. So you're saying it couldn't be helped and you had to show the aftermath as you did. I'll be sure to take note of that. Funny how unauthorized footage always seems to find its way into your broadcasts. Bozeman scribbles some notes down, the noise of his pen scratching into the notepad punctured only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully, this will all be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a particular camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking. Where did I put it? Yes, here we are. Did you recognize this? With a flourish, Bozeman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on the desk in front of you. I assumed it was part of the set. Why else would it have been there and on camera? So you're saying the blame lies entirely with the crew on set? There's no way you could possibly use your own judgment to have determined it was unsuitable. You hear a disapproving grunt from the COO behind you. Typical Winston, we shall see. Not exactly. Department of the Army? Subtle. There was one thing we noticed during the finale on the notice board. Bozeman picks up some notes on the other side of his desk. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now, the script was expecting laughs, but for all three you chose to play boos. Why'd you do that? I'm sorry, no, I felt they were the most appropriate choices. Art is subjective, after all. Yes, well, choice is given to those who show they can employ a sufficient degree of good judgment. And maybe we need to review this policy, or at least who qualifies for it. You can see Bozeman is frowning as he adds to his notes. It might have been nice to have him on your side. How many other people would he be interviewing today? Towards the end of the show, there appeared to be some issues with the sensor equipment. At this point, Bozeman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to the notebook. How do you explain the fact that you censored perfectly acceptable language during the final segment? I just do what the display tells me. I don't decide what it's supposed to be censored. It would be a very strange coincidence that one of our key pieces of equipment were to develop a malfunction at the exact time Disrupt chose to attack. A disappointment, but not an unsurprising lapse by an incompetent employee seems much more likely. But I suppose we won't know until the maintenance have had a chance to check it out properly. Silence takes over as Bozeman writes some notes. How many questions do you have to answer? At this point, Bozeman took out a pair of glasses and placed them somewhat delicately on the end of his nose. The portly man leaned forward to examine his notes in detail. Now, obviously we expect the odd bit of interference here and there. Unavoidable. However, he paused, turning the page to an agonizing pace. God. Interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how quite so much of their messaging found its way into the airwaves? There's anything else going on. I didn't realize it until it was too late. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Specialist Abels is visibly more attentive, waiting for your boss's response. Well, it's certainly true that these accidents do happen, but it's an amazing coincidence how often they seem to happen when you're around, Winston. Bozeman's smile is anything but warm, and Abels glances towards you with a stare that can only be described as glacial. You offer a strained smile back. Yeah, the numbers, Mason. A loud creak breaks the growling silence as Bozeman leans back in his chair. The tape of that poor Miss Brightman. Why'd you play it? Help me understand. Why play that tape? As you meet his gaze, you're almost surprised to see an earnest concern in the old man's eyes. I was worried what Disrupt might do if I didn't play it. You watch as Bozeman slowly cleans his glasses before answering. Well, at the end of the day, you chose to do it, Alex. I know what I'd have done in your shoes. After all, you have a habit of playing tapes you shouldn't, don't you? He clears his throat and leans forward again, staring at you for a moment before continuing. That is, however, all I had for you. Thank God it's over. I think that's all the information we need for now, Winston. Bozeman looks questioningly at the COO, but by the time you've turned around, the moment passes. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new satellite tower up. But of course, don't leave town. I may have more questions for you following the other interviews. As you leave, you see open hostility in Specialist Abel's eyes. You knew there'd be consequences. Uh-oh. Wow, it took them like 3 months to get a new tower up, potentially. A message delivered. I guess that makes sense. You'd have to buy the equipment and get it shipped. And a newspaper falls to the floor, slipping from your numb hands. The headline whirling around in your head. It can't be true. How could this be true? Has it really been, 2 months since that day? You find yourself back there. What am I, rushing back home after a particularly long and stressful day at work. You're already late, but if you keep to the speed limit, there's no way you're going to hear the end of it. You could probably shave 10 minutes off or so the journey if you wanted. They're going to be mad either way, no point in speeding. It seems everything's against you this evening. You have to stop at every traffic light, every stop sign, every junction between you and your destination. You're well over 45 minutes late by the time you finally pull up the house, only to see a Betterment vehicle parked outside, lights still flashing. What's this about? The COOs are leading someone from your house towards the van. Your son's voice is calling for you. Then the door's shut and it's driving away, the spinning lights blinding you as your vision starts to swim. Charlie. And now, you're in the break room. People at work have started avoiding you. Some of the show's crew started giving you funny looks. Bozeman's been even micromanaging you less than usual. It's just a misunderstanding. It'll all be over soon. Charlie had loved Advance. From the go-getters to the Cohesion cadets to the Cohesion community manager, he was on track to become. You and Sam had both gone to see him at the Betterment Center last week, as soon as you'd been able. Even then, he'd been positive, making friends, explaining that the system was there to help people, and that he was actually able to do that while staying there too. It just couldn't have happened. That headline. 5 simple words in bold black type. Disrupt terrorist dies in Betterment. Winston was particularly violent, attacking a Betterment mentor. Died in the infirmary after failed attempts at resuscitation. And the eternal question left unanswered. Was it his fault? Or yours? He freaking killed my son. Wow. Almost another year. A banquet for some. Okay. More like 8 months. It's your anniversary. A week away could have been just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam. But after speaking to travel agents, there's just no way you can afford it. Maybe next year. Still, just because you can't have a holiday doesn't mean you can't make tonight special. You have the day off today, so you could try and make a nice romantic meal for them this evening. Though they did expressly tell you not to bother this morning. You think a cheap last-minute gesture won't change anything. Were their exact words. It'd be nice to have an evening together anyway. You get to work, turning the house into a perfect romantic setting for tonight. Everything's going according to plan. Sam's gonna love it. Impatiently, you wait for them to arrive. You even had time to single-handedly clean the entire house, floor to ceiling. It took hours. But Sam will appreciate it, and that's all that matters. You hear keys in the lock, and put the final touches in place. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all of this? Oh my God, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit. Oh my God, Alex. Happy anniversary, Sam. Sam turns to you smiling with tears in their eyes. Alex, it's perfect. You give Sam a kiss before pulling out their chair. The house never used to be this quiet. It's only since... Sam interrupted your thoughts, bringing you back to the present. You really didn't have to do this, Alex. I know, I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too, they breathe, admiring the panoply? Panoply? I don't know if I know that word. Of food you've prepared for them. Is panoply the opposite of monopoly? I guess, yeah, maybe. Now, where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne for the evening. It's not the last. At least you still have got each other. Holy cow. A job down. Everything's ready. You and Sam have been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas, and it never seemed to be in stock whenever you went to pick up the VHS. Now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. We're ready to go, get your butt in here. Sam comes in with a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. You have to actually nudge them to break their stupor. Sam, what is it? I've just been let go from work. Sam is just staring into space. Apparently, there just isn't a need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so they can't justify the expense. Honey, I'm so sorry, it'll be okay. You'll find another place. No, you don't get it. There just isn't that demand for younger year teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do. What we're going to do. You pull Sam into a hug. I know things are tough, but we'll think of something. How, Alex? We're barely scraping by as it is, and now... Sam starts to sob. We're gonna have to sell the house. I can't see any other option. We've got too many debts to pay. If that's what we have to do, fine. It's only the 2 of us living here now anyway. I suppose you're right. Still, I hate the idea of losing this place. Think of everything that's happened here, Alex. They fall silent, thinking. Eventually, you start the film, but neither of your hearts are in it. Too busy thinking about the future. Still, a house isn't everything. It's the people who make it a home. Home is where the heart is, after all. Achievement unlocked, change of scenery. $1975. Ooh, excuse me. The sterility. 3 years since the uprising. Oh, wow.
Hello, Winston. I've checked the schedule for tonight. Nothing particularly important to report, but I'm sure you'll manage to find some new way to disappoint me. Still, at least my daughter's in for Advance's new initiative. That should liven things up a bit here on the 15th floor. Try not to cause me any more headaches. Bozeman out.
Of the top-selling songs across the territories. Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature. No one to miss. At 10 p.m, it's time for Julia's Diary, where the ever-popular Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then, at 10:30, it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling to help her shed her old habits and adjust to the new future. Strong language and themes of selfishness there, so not one for the kids.
Too much. Don't talk.
In sizes is at 11.
Not getting involved and bring your daughter to work, eh, Colin?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right? That's followed by the territory.
Atta girl.
10 seconds, everybody. All of it.
Monday's a myth.
That explains so much. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
As we go over to Megan and the team.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Drew in Humberset. To take our minds off things, me and my partner have been building this house for our hamster. It really does distract us from thinking about the 85% sterility rate. So next week, we're building Nibbles a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion, and a holiday home. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter Clement in my 4th lager this morning.
This morning?
I'm not sure if I see it, Catherine, but then again, I'm only on my 3rd. Do keep those coming in. Come on, can you have a go? We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out, okay?
Apparently, this is from Sherry Intendant. Here I am, just 6 months out of betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and burning down charity shops.
Burning down charity shops?
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the SFX buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
NNN. Oh shit. I forgot you can't cut early on that one.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay. Surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly
I can't even choose something else. They won't even let me choose the...
the new future. And I say to you, it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tatchbadger. So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Alfie? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
Why is this hearing aid located in his ass?
So, Alfie,
7 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Well, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him.
I guess I can not do that.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
A likely story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, so you're a
woman.
Yeah, a woman. One
Women
of
can
them.
do
One of
anything they
them.
do these days, Alfie.
Can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Well, are you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But
How do they predetermine what they're going to do if he's going off script?
It were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes.
Laugh.
So I called him Patch, which was a popular name for a dog back then, on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8.
How'd that work?
There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here, the weekly Territory 1 Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bandlebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven paths, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snitzer.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Right, got you. I mean, 2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
There he goes, look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down, love.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actors said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snitzer, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Crikey, don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
And Daphne Snitzer, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these water trunks for 3 days now.
We'll get to that.
Why are they? No, stop down thumbing it.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia, Jackson Randy-Gannett. Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were me best mate.
Should we just grab them for ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Ace. There was them two. Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney. She were a girl, but she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankfurt prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home.
Exploded at home? What does that mean?
Skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, but before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
Good. When Advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. If I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Bennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Much better. And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go.
Oh.
It isn't right.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses.
What's going on, Dr. Nick?
And a vessel that hung well. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up.
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadge-Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh, 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 oh.
You better blow know what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pictures.
You just sit here doing this? Yeah, I mean, it would probably be fun once or twice. After that, I'd be like, oh no.
We'd visit the Penny Arcade and try to win a block of lard to take home for the family.
Block of lard?
My lord, in those days, you had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see. So
Oh, I'm sure.
with their big tents and their candy floss, you'd hear the music. Pipe organ drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Yeah, don't mind. Yeah, just a tea, pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 Disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood. Since then, he's gone on to be a senior Cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Operation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
Oh, how's the case, Treasurer?
You should be in a transition centre, you old nonk.
Classic.
Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense. Prime Minister, you have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with 9 fists. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. It's just what I've always wanted. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award, and stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's awards. Join me next week when, hopefully, things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Megan.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful
God,
award
what was that?
ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the preteens were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay, well, succinctly put there, if a little profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this. And we're out.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work, Petunia, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex. Completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
Spiraling out of control into some kind of tragic comic disaster.
Yeah, that. It's like having him back in the chair.
Do you reckon he's watching us somewhere? Laughing.
Are you watching this?
Are you receiving us?
Are you fucking with us? Oh, right. So she can swear.
And to your hearts. An original composition of cooperation and cohesiveness. A song of solidarity for a steadfast society. No previous songwriting experience is required. All you need to do is record or notate your anthem and, if possible, arrange it for a modern 39-piece chamber orchestra or 44-voice choir. The entries will be judged
So,
by
Patrick and Robin are just going to grab who they can, and then you've got these generic links on the autocue to glue it all together.
They do know I have a Queen's View degree in journalism.
Don't you wish you'd studied something useful now, eh?
We'll just bring your daughter to work day. What a joke.
Where is our honoured guest?
I don't know, she's probably sniffing around that
Space opera.
Heat rash. Hotspot won it last year.
Heat rash.
Sharpen your music sticks.
Names, aren't they?
I hear the computer comes up with them, the songs too. Ah, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
And what's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late, great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
I can't deconstruct it.
Captain?
I can't deconstruct it.
So what, they just dubbed over the original footage?
Is this a wig?
I think they did.
I don't grow that.
kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison. I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby.
Baby.
If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, Dick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all.
Here's a map.
What's a map? Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue. Left at...
It's just shittily dubbed.
Tricky three-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner. This is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down. But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey? The robots were all right. Yes, they certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show.
Come on. Right, you, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Florence Blunderclatch. How has your evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more, could one?
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a fourth time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say that I know of 3 little gold men who are getting rather lonely.
Absolutely.
Because I've won 3 little awards.
Great, thanks, dude.
Each more deserved than the last. Well, it's safe to say that your career has gone supersonic in the last couple of years. How's that been?
Well, as I was saying to Stephen only yesterday, that's Stephen Spellman. The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. I mean, unbelievable mind. I said, Stephen, you know, this really has been quite the ride. Did you know what he said? He agreed with me.
Wow.
What?
What do you attribute your success
What
to?
what are you honking at me for?
If we're talking actual numbers, I'd have to say 60% talent, 30% looks, and 10% passion, brackets general. Not to mention the incredible coverage on election night. That really was the start of it all. That and my own...
But I'm in the lines.
Lawrence's Chundercatch.
Wow, who could forget? Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick!
Thank you, Robin.
Little C.
I'm joined here
Back
by
in action.
icon. It's Lil C. And her father, country singer and alien worshipper, Billy Bob Jean Short.
Howdy.
So, Lil C, what's with the bag?
She knows what she's done.
Well,
What?
we love this look. Is it one of yours?
No, you know it's not. We don't do that anymore.
Yes, of course. Your clothing label went bankrupt, didn't it?
Yes, because a certain TV show failed to fulfill their contractual obligations.
Well, you look great.
Oh, well, that's probably due to her new cosmetics and wellness brand.
Well, I'm not sure that it is.
Let her show you. This is our new eyeshadow palette.
Nothing to show off your cosmetics brand by not showing your face.
Scented. Wow, that was a surprise.
And this next one, this is our new lipstick. We call this shade Lips.
Oh.
Lips.
Oh, wow. Why is it so salty?
It's organic. And this,
It's salty.
this
Ew.
one, this body spray, this is a body mist which rebalances your hormones and actually smells like fertility.
Oh, right. Yeah. Wow.
You feel that?
Yeah. Yeah, that burns.
All this is part of Lil C's new range, straight from my veins.
Oh, good lord.
Freeze, Craglar!
What?
So, you're retiring from the music industry. That must be hard.
Well, she's way past her prime, Patrick. It was very hard for her to accept at first, but the industry's very, very sure about these things.
Well, you sure we can't convince you to release just one last album?
We do actually have another album ready, but that's for the label to release in case she dies over the next 10 years or so.
Oh, really?
Well, given the way she's going, you might get it by Christmas.
Well, we better let you get back.
Now remember, we need the money. So, she's also available for parties, weddings, funerals, and bar mitzvahs.
Well, thank you, Lil C. That's Lil C there. Oh, and it looks like Robin has got.
Oh, it's Jesus.
Is it obvious I'm sweating, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, I almost can't believe you're here. How have you been?
You know, I like to walk amongst the peoples every now and then. It makes them feel close to me.
Right, yes.
And to be close is to be human. And to be human.
Who? It's Jesus.
is to be apart.
Look at the subtitles.
Hey, that was good. Write that down. Hey, Rachel, write that one down.
It's not showing his name in them.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank for that. If it was never for
J-ZUSS.
I
Jesus.
never would have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
But you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories?
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm gonna be king of the moon.
King of the Moon.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for king?
I'm King of the Moon.
No, not running. It's my birthright.
My birthright.
And does this have anything to do with promoting your upcoming hip opera, Jason Space?
Hush now. Cynicism is so unmoon.
Okay.
Why is the
And
camera
how
shaking so
long will
fucking
this
much?
last? Will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse?
Why did they lock out number 4?
Foray into ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live by them.
He's ventriloquism.
So, are you looking forward to seeing The Automated?
You know, I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still and holy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ Megastar.
Okay, thank you for your time and good luck with your new life in space.
And with you, my child.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like. I'm going to see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Robin, but I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
It's absolutely electric, Megan. I can't quite believe it either, but he's here.
Who's this guy?
It's Crazy.
Oh, Crazy Neil!
Hi, ho, how you
It's
doing?
Crazy Neil.
Neil, our audiences just love you. They've really, really connected with your ads over the years. What's it like suddenly being so popular?
It's crazy. People stop me in the streets, they expose themselves, they write
What?
me threatening letters. You know, the stalker has become the stalky. A real taste of Neil's own medicine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and what's been the most challenging thing about being so famous?
It's places like this, you know, being around actors and rock stars.
They're real crazy, and Crazy Neil knows crazy, and I'm used to being the loudest whack job in the room. Hey.
Yes, I can imagine.
But I know what you're thinking. Hey, Neil, where's the crazy deal? We got crazy deals on chairs. You ever sit in a chair that knock your socks off?
No, I can't say that I have.
Makes a mess of the carpet. But what do you say? We got a deal?
Well,
what about Betty Andrews' handbag? It's real leather. It's real cheap. And it even contains our heart medicine. Spicy.
No, really.
You've got the chair. You've got the bag. You're really busting my balls. What can I do to convince you? Let me throw in my wife, Mrs. Neal. It's the
Mrs. Neal
latest
number
model.
8?
Not a scratch on her. Pearls like a charm. What do you say? Have we got a deal?
Look, I can't take your wife.
Yes, you can. I got loads of them. Come on down to Crazy Deals. We got crazy deals on chairs. We got crazy deals on meals. We got crazy deals on wheels. We got wheels on meals, meals on wheels. We've even got endangered seals. And we got meals with endangered seals. Yeah!
Thank you, Neil. Well, it's always a dream come true to meet a hero. How about that, Megan? The man himself. Aren't we lucky? Back to you.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an
I
entrance.
got an achievement, a crazy deal from Crazy
And
Neil.
the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it because
Why is it still framed this way? Zoom in on her.
Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through. The film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Oh, shit.
Actually, earlier on, I saw a double rainbow, and now I'm thinking it might
All
have
the
been
way.
us, because you'll never guess who just stepped out of a gold Flardmobile. It's only
Flardmobile.
the herself, Sophia Remington.
Blessed be the Flard, and blessed be these amazing vestments. They're made by Jacques Paradis, you know. We got him to do the whole clergy.
You were one of the richest women in the world, and you chose to give it all up to the church.
The First United Church of Flard. That's right, our church.
What brought on such a miraculous conversion, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, when you look at it, we owe our entire lives to Flard. From the day when one of the ancient Remington ancestors made the very first Flard, out of leather, hope, and 2 of his own teeth, our past and our future has always been Flard's. Blessed be the path to the one true Flard.
I must confess, I'm a little surprised to see you out at the movies.
Well, who says religion has to be stuffy? It's right there in the tenets. Tenet 3, be versatile like the humble Flard. Tenet 8, suit yourself to every need like the plucky Flard. Well, tonight our need was to see the new movie that everyone's talking about. And spread the love, of course.
Crikey, it sounds like the sort of religion I might enjoy.
Come and join us, Robin Short. Abandon your auto cue. Say sayonara to your script. Come and live on our compound.
Sayonara to your
You can be one
script.
of our wives if you want.
You have multiple wives.
And husbands. Tenet 2, be flexible like the bendy Flard. Tenet 9, be seductive like the flirty Flard.
Crikey, I think that might be a few too many partners for me.
Tenet 13, be at least 6 to a pack like the competitively priced Flard.
Thank you, that's inspirational, I think.
Tenet 6, be dazzling like the shiny Flard. Tenet 16, be thought-provoking like Schrodinger's Flard.
Thank you so much, High Flard Mistress.
Tenet 10, be incessant like the durable Flard.
I think the film's about to start, so...
Really? Oh, well, in that case, Tenet 15, be punctual like the double wrap Flard with home delivery option.
High Flard Mistress Sophia Remington there, concluding what has been a star-studded red carpet event for this long-awaited movie. I'm off to see it now, and then I think I might join what could be a sex cult. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares?
No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one at the home.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
What about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better?
Alright, you are. Got to get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Uh-oh.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you wish she wouldn't.
Got him.
We seem to be a bit bunched up at the end.
Oh, don't worry. It's so cool.
It's what now?
It's
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie.
Right.
Got him.
No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room?
Rum?
No.
No what?
Neighbours support neighbours, and friends reach out to friends.
No.
Strengthening and protecting each
Thank you.
Hey. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
Oh, gotta sit up straight.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan,
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in the band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so cool, PT.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Oh, God.
Hey, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
TP.
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodnos was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no co, Ronnie.
I'm sorry, what does no-co mean?
Ah, it's the opposite of SoCo.
Ah.
Fuck's sake. SoCo. Yeah. So cohesive. You pretees say cool.
Right, okay, thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So, you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
A Z.
How did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it. So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the songs.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah?
Mum.
What?
No-co. Pretty. So no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
You mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win.
The L word.
Everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
Thought you were SoCo.
Yeah, I am so good.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
A shrinker.
What are you talking about? She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is...
a preteen, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preties.
Uneven.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
Soko, Stacey. Soko.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, no, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of
How
My
no-co
Heart.
of them, yeah.
Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore. Music.
Ah, yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently, these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along.
Oh my God.
Keep the shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the menu center with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart. You wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka instead. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces
Oh my God.
of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington Smith. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cry. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazier than Neil today.
Those callbacks.
On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you.
I keep getting early, I think.
All the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the
I can't even build a combo. I'm doing something bad.
You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know that life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington Smith. your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. My
Discount Wolverine.
blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than neon. Crazier than neon. Crazier than neon today.
Wow. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Heat Rash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now I have no idea what she's going to say.
Yeah.
Fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast.
They encouraged you to swap to the music, but then
Take it away, Stacey.
I did it and it didn't work.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway,
Also, let's go on Dragon.
I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's
What space is that?
anymore. But I'm pretty sure
I
that it's
shouldn't
not
have cut to
rehash
her.
movies and fucking boy bands. So anyway, I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9.
6 years ago? It's been that long?
Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book.
Where they missed a cuss.
And the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad.
It didn't ask me to censor it.
Everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video.
Come on, Wasaka.
Most of the staff were
This is not for broadcast. I don't even know how I'd broach explaining it at this point.
Talking and working with the bullies. And you know what?
You're controlling a broadcast, basically.
Second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. Life, my
This
life
is pretty close to
got
the
better.
end, yeah. I'm pretty
Because
sure.
Finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer. But what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still
Yeah, but my
doing
character's
better
poorer,
than I
and he
am.
wasn't rich
And I
beforehand.
likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that.
Yeah, this is chapter
So maybe we
3.
should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything
Which came out with 1.0.
and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Stand by. Stand by.
Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Oops. I was really late on the commercial.
Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
Rip.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't
Oh
look old
shit.
enough.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's not good.
Yeah, she does that.
Hopefully things go well for you.
Hippity Bob.
So much better. So much better. You gotta go to better meds. So much better. So much better.
Gloria Warbletongue.
Warble tongue? Yeah, take it easy. I hear drinking water helps a lot.
In record shops across the territories from Friday.
DBA plus. Oh yeah, that was terrible. Was that the song? Where was the song? I don't even remember. All offensive words were censored. An interference-free show. An exceedingly poor edit. You played one advert too late. Yep. Advance angered by content. Shit. Disrupt ruined by broadcast. Ruined the broadcast. Every single one has been an exceedingly poor edit. I don't think I've had one that's... Oh, there was one that said it was edited adequately. Excuse me. You've received your full wages. Current wealth, technically not negative. That sounds about right. Uh-oh. Heart shattered. I don't know how much more there is. There might only be like a half hour left or something, but at the same time, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I kind of have to make a choice of if I want to go on or be done. Is that the game? No, I think there's more. I just don't know how much more. I'm gonna be done for today, I think. Sorry. I don't know how much more is left. Hopefully we'll do it tomorrow. I need to go like move around, and I should probably go check and see what's up with the snow. But I made a new thing. Hopefully you guys have a good night, and I'll check in with you tomorrow, okay? I'll catch you later. These interaction reminder things get weird, so I know you guys are smart people. You do what you want. I'll catch you later.